Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The crown shattered with a sound like the world breaking. 7 crystalline fragments scattered across the marble floor of Thronhelm's great hall, each shard trailing wisps of ancient magic as they skittered into shadow. King Andúril's assassin, a figure wrapped in darkness so complete it seemed to devour the torchlight, vanished as the last royal guard burst through the massive ironwood doors, too late to witness anything but their monarch's final breath and the impossible fracturing of the crown of unity. The king's death cry echoed across the realm, carried by magic older than memory. It rattled the crystal spires of the elven city Luminaith, where the High Council sat in perpetual deliberation behind walls of enchanted glass. It rumbled through the cavernous forges of Khazad Modan, where dwarven hammers momentarily stilled upon anvils as their wielders felt a shiver of dread in their bones. And in a small hunting cabin at the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the border between the realms of elf and dwarf blurred in a tangle of ancient trees and forgotten promises, 2 souls from vastly different worlds raised their heads at the same instant, recognizing a call that transcended blood and history. Alicia Silvershadow's fingers tightened around her moon-silver bow as the magical ripple passed through her woodland refuge. 5 years of exile had not dulled her connection to the greater magics that bound the kingdoms together, though the High Council had done their best to sever her from elven society when she opposed their increasingly isolationist policies. "So it begins," she whispered, violet eyes narrowing as she gazed toward the distant silhouette of Thronhelm Keep rising above the misty valley. The ancient fortress city had stood as a neutral ground between the realms for millennia, ruled by the human line of Andúril, keepers of the peace and wielders of the crown of unity. Now the crown was broken, and with it, perhaps the last hope of preventing the war that had been brewing between the estranged kingdoms. A rustling in the underbrush drew her attention. In one fluid motion, Alicia nocked an arrow and drew her bow, the enchanted string humming with potential energy. What emerged from the shadows, however, was no forest predator or enemy scout, but a figure as out of place in these woods as snow in summer. The dwarf stood barely reaching her shoulder, yet his presence filled the clearing with undeniable gravity. His copper beard was intricately braided with rune-inscribed silver clasps, marking him as a master craftsman. A warhammer hung at his belt, its head inscribed with glowing sigils. Most telling were his eyes, deep amber like forge flames, and filled with the same recognition that Alicia herself had felt moments ago. "The crown calls to you as well, elf," he stated, no question in his gruff voice. Alicia lowered her bow, but kept the arrow nocked. "Udurok Stonebeard, I know your name from the royal archives. Your family forged the crown for King Andúril's ancestor 3 centuries ago." The dwarf inclined his head slightly, a gesture that might have been respect. "And you are Alicia Silvershadow, once chief archer to the Elven High Council, now outcast for speaking uncomfortable truths." His lips quirked. "We exiles must know our enemies well to survive. Are we enemies, then? Elysia asked, her melodic voice betraying nothing of her thoughts. Durok's laugh was like stones tumbling down a mountainside. We are whatever the broken crown requires us to be, Archer. And I suspect neither of us will like the answer. The uneasy alliance formed with surprising ease, born of necessity and sealed by the magical compulsion that drew them both toward the scattered fragments. Neither fully trusted the other. Centuries of growing division between their peoples had seen to that, but both recognized that the crown's restoration transcended personal prejudice. Their first challenge came at the gates of Thronhelm, where panicked guards had sealed the fortress city following the king's assassination. No dwarf had been permitted entry in decades, and an exiled elf would find no welcome either. There are ways beneath the city, Durok murmured as they observed from a forested ridge. Ancient tunnels carved when my ancestors helped build the foundations. Elysia's keen eyes narrowed. Yet the royal archives mentioned no dwarven contribution to Thronhelm's construction. History is written by those who wish to claim glory alone, Durok replied, with ancient bitterness. Yet the stone remembers the touch of those who shaped it. The tunnels proved real, narrow passages that wound beneath the city's outer walls, their entrances hidden behind cunning stone mechanisms that responded to Durok's dwarven touch. Elysia moved silently ahead, her elven sight penetrating shadows that would have blinded human eyes, while Durok's innate sense of stone kept them from passages weakened by time. They emerged in the lower catacombs of the royal keep, where the air hung heavy with dust and secrets. Here, generations of Thronhelm's rulers lay entombed in marble sarcophagi, their achievements and failures carved in bas-relief upon the walls. The fragment will be here, Elysia whispered, feeling the pull of magic drawing her toward a particular tomb. The crown of unity always returns to those it has blessed. The sarcophagus of Queen Elindra the Wise, who had first commissioned the crown from dwarven smiths and elven enchanters, glowed with faint blue light. As they approached, a ghostly figure materialized above it, translucent but unmistakably regal. The sundered crown brings together what time has divided, the spectral queen intoned, her voice echoing from beyond the veil. Take this first fragment, seekers, but know that each piece you recover will reveal more of the burden you must bear. Floating above her outstretched hand lay a jagged shard of crystal and precious metal, pulsing with inner light. As Durok reached for it, the spectre added, "The smith's touch may claim it, but only when the archer's skill has proven worthy." Elysia understood instantly. Drawing her bow, she aimed at a series of ancient bells hanging from the catacomb ceiling, striking them in sequence with perfect precision. The resulting melody, a coronation hymn long forgotten in the realms above, caused the queen's ghost to smile in approval before fading away. The fragment descended into Durok's waiting hands. The moment his fingers closed around it, visions flooded both their minds, memories not their own, but the crown's, its creation at the hands of dwarven smiths and elven mages working in perfect harmony, its centuries maintaining peace between the realms, and finally, a glimpse of what lay within it, a sliver of divine essence, willingly given by an ancient god of unity to ensure cooperation between the mortal races. As the vision faded, Durok stared at the fragment with newfound reverence. "The old tales were true," he murmured. "The crown contains a portion of Aetherius himself." "The god of harmony," Elysia breathed. "My people believed him a myth." "As did mine," Durok admitted. "Yet here is proof that our ancestors once worked together closely enough to receive a god's blessing." His eyes met hers, the forge fire intensity softened by wonder. "What happened to drive our people so far apart?" Before Elysia could respond, a distant clanging of alarm bells broke the stillness. Guards shouted above, their footsteps thundering through the keep. The usurper's men search for the fragments as well, Elysia said grimly. We must move quickly. Their quest led them across the realm, each fragment presenting unique challenges that required both elven grace and dwarven strength to overcome. The second lay in the heart of the Whispering Woods, guarded by ancient trents who tested Elysia's knowledge of elven forest lore. The third awaited in an abandoned dwarven mine, where only Durok's mastery of stonecraft could navigate the collapsing tunnels. With each fragment recovered, more of the crown's history and the true nature of its power became clear. The divine essence of Aetherius had not been merely captured, but willingly sacrificed to maintain harmony between the races. The crown's breaking had been no accident, but a deliberate act by those who feared the unity it represented. Lord Vexus, Elysia named their enemy as they camped beneath the stars after claiming the fourth fragment. Lie, the king's cousin has always coveted the throne, but more than that, he belongs to the Shadowbind Covenant, those who believe that only through division can true power be achieved. Durok nodded grimly, his fingers working a whetstone along the edge of his warhammer. The same faction that has poisoned the Dwarven High King's ear against cooperation with the surface realms. They whisper that isolation brings strength, that other races seek only to exploit our crafts and treasures. As similar voices in the Elven Council warn that dwarves would strip our forests bare and humans would steal our magics, Elysia added, the same lie told in different tongues. The firelight played across the 4 crown fragments they had arranged between them, their broken edges beginning to glow as though yearning to be reunited. Within the crystalline structures, motes of divine light pulsed like captured stars. We were meant to be stronger together, Durok said softly, the admission clearly difficult for one raised on tales of dwarven superiority. Aetherius saw that, even if we have forgotten. Elysia's hand moved unconsciously to touch the 5th fragment hanging at her throat. The question remains, if we restore the crown, who shall wear it? No ruler of any single realm would be accepted by all. Their eyes met across the fire, a shared understanding passing between them that neither was ready to voice aloud. The final 2 fragments led them into greatest peril. The 6th resided in the heart of a forgotten temple high in the Frostpeak Mountains, where elemental trials tested both their resolve and growing trust in one another. The 7th, the crown's central jewel, had been taken by Lord Vexus himself to the Obsidian Tower, a forbidding spire at the convergence of ley lines where dark rituals could tap into the fragment's divine power. It was there they faced their final confrontation, battling through shadow-wrought guardians and corrupted magic to reach the tower's summit, where Vexus conducted his ceremony. The usurper had already drawn significant power from the fragment, his form swelling with stolen divinity as he sought to reshape reality according to his vision of perfect division. "Too late, crown seekers," he crowed, dark energy crackling around his elongated fingers. "I have tasted godhood and found it sweet. The age of unity is over. The age of glorious isolation begins." What followed was a battle of both blade and will. Durok's hammer struck with the precision of generations of master smiths, each blow reinforced by the 6 fragments they had gathered. Elysia's arrows flew with unerring accuracy, trailing silver light that dispelled Vexus's shadow magic. Yet the usurper's stolen power made him formidable, his attacks driving the unlikely allies back toward the tower's edge. "The fragments," Durok gasped during a momentary respite behind a fallen column. "And we must complete the crown, even without the final piece," Elysia nodded, blood trickling from a cut above her violet eyes. Together, then... They placed the 6 fragments between them, hands touching as they focused their intent on the crown's restoration. The pieces rose into the air, drawing on the bond that had grown between elf and dwarf, a microcosm of the unity the crown itself represented. Vexus howled in rage as he felt the divine essence begin to pull away from him, drawn back toward its rightful vessel. The crown reassembled itself shard by shard, an arc of blinding light forming as each piece rejoined. When only the central jewel remained absent, still clutched in Vexus's grasp, the usurper launched himself at them in desperate fury. What happened next would be debated by scholars for generations. Some said Elysia's arrow struck the fragment in Vexus's hand, shattering his connection to its power. Others claimed Durok's hammer knocked the jewel free. Most agreed that in the moment of the crown's completion, a radiance like the dawn itself erupted from the ancient artifact, and within that light stood the shimmering form of Aetherius, restored, however, briefly to the mortal realm. When the light faded, Vexus lay unconscious, the completed crown of unity hovering between Elysia and Durok. Its restoration had not ended with mere reassembly. The crown had been transformed, now bearing motifs of both elven and dwarven craftsmanship intertwined in perfect harmony. "It awaits a worthy bearer," Durok said quietly. Elysia's hand hovered near the crown, then withdrew. As perhaps it was never meant for a single head, but as a symbol of what can be achieved when we set aside our differences. Together, they carried the crown and their prisoner down from the obsidian tower, toward a future neither had imagined when their journey began, one where an elf and a dwarf would stand before the combined councils of their peoples, the restored crown of unity between them, ready to forge a new path forward for all the realms. For in seeking the fragments of a broken crown, they had discovered something far more valuable, the fragments of a broken trust, ready at last to be reforged. Story 2. The rune disappeared at midnight. Deep within the ancient dwarven fortress of Khazad Durim, carved into the living stone of the Iron Spine Mountains, Master Smith Thorin Forgemartello stood transfixed before the empty alcove. Where the rune of binding had glowed with sapphire radiance for 1,000 years, only bare stone remained, as though the powerful symbol had never existed. The absence felt like a wound in the fabric of reality itself. Thorin ran calloused fingers through his copper beard, the intricate silver beads woven into its braids, clicking softly in the cavernous silence. This was the 3rd rune to vanish in as many weeks. The other Master Smiths had dismissed the disappearances as old magic finally fading, an inevitability, they claimed, in these diminished times. But Thorin knew better. The ancient codex, hidden beneath the floorboards of his family's forge, told a different tale. The 7 runes of binding weren't mere decorative magic or protective wards as most dwarves believed. They were prison bars, forged at the dawn of time to contain something ancient and terrible. The Lord of Nightmares. As though responding to his thoughts, the torches lining the hall dimmed momentarily, their flames cowering from a chill that had no business existing this deep within the mountain's embrace. Along the far wall, shadows lengthened and writhed with subtle movements no natural darkness should possess. Thorin clutched the iron hammer at his belt, a poor substitute for what he would need if the codex spoke true. His gaze drifted to the vast mural stretching across the chamber's domed ceiling, depicting dwarven and elven figures standing united around a circle of runes, their hands raised in a ritual of binding. At the center loomed a formless darkness held at bay by their combined might. Once such cooperation between their races had been possible. Now, after centuries of mistrust and isolation, it seemed as distant as the stars themselves. The shadow on the wall pulsed once, forming briefly into a clawed hand before dissolving back into formlessness. Thorin squared his shoulders, his decision made. If what he suspected was true, he would need to break 1,000 years of tradition. He would need to seek help beyond the mountain. The starwood forest shimmered with ethereal luminescence, every leaf seemingly kissed by moonlight despite the midday sun. Crystal formations erupted from the forest floor, spiraling upward to intertwine with the silver-barked trees in impossible, gravity-defying arrangements. Thorin squinted against the radiance, his dwarven eyes more accustomed to the honest darkness of stone than this bewildering interplay of light and shadow. "You look lost, son of stone," came a melodious voice from above. Thorin's hand instinctively reached for his hammer as he looked up. Perched on a crystal arch 20 feet overhead sat an elven woman with hair like spun platinum and eyes the deep purple of twilight. She wore robes of midnight blue embroidered with constellations that seemed to shift and twinkle as she moved. "Elindra Starweaver," he called, trying to mask his discomfort. 3 days of travel, avoiding both dwarven patrols who would drag him home and elven sentries who would likely imprison him as a spy, had left him irritable and exhausted. The elf tilted her head, curiosity replacing the aloof amusement in her expression. "Only few dwarves know my name. Fewer still would seek me out." In a fluid motion that spoke of inhuman grace, she slid from the arch and descended to the forest floor, as though the air itself supported her weight. What brings a master smith from Khazad-dûrim into the realm of the Eternal Court? Thorin's surprise must have shown on his face, for she smiled. A brief flash of warmth that transformed her otherworldly features into something almost approachable. "Your hammer bears the mark of the Forja Martello clan," she explained, "and only a master would wear mithril beads in his beard." Thorin cleared his throat. "The runes of binding are disappearing. 3 are gone already. The shadows grow restless." All trace of warmth vanished from Elindra's face. She glanced skyward, as though seeking confirmation from the stars visible even in daylight, through the starwood's magical canopy. "So it begins," she whispered, "earlier than the prophecies foretold." Her gaze returned to Thorin, sharper now, assessing. "But why come to me? Surely the dwarven runemasters—" "Don't believe me," Thorin finished. "They think it's just old magic fading. But my family's codex speaks of the original binding ritual. It required both races. The elves wove the containment spells. The dwarves forged the physical anchors. The hammer of Moradin," Elindra said, her voice hushed with reverence. Thorin nodded grimly. "The only tool that can reforge the broken runes. My ancestor helped create it, and now I believe it's my duty to retrieve it." Elindra studied him for a long moment, the forest unnaturally silent around them. "The hammer was hidden in the abyssal archives after the Sundering Wars, when our peoples turned against each other. No dwarf can enter those halls alone and survive." "I know," Thorin said simply. "That's why I'm here." The uneasy alliance began with mutual suspicion. Elindra's knowledge of the ancient pacts was unmatched among her kind, just as Thorin's understanding of runic magic far exceeded that of ordinary dwarven smiths. Yet centuries of separation had left both with prejudices not easily set aside. "Your people abandoned the guardianship," Elindra remarked as they traversed a hidden path through mountains that marked the boundary between their realms. "The Order of Starlight maintained our vigil, while hiding the means to restore the bindings," Thorin countered, scrambling over a rocky outcrop that the elf had effortlessly glided across. Knowledge without action is just scholarly vanity. Despite their friction, the journey forced a grudging respect between them. When shadow wolves descended upon their camp 3 nights from the Starwood, Thorin's hammer struck with precision and power that saved Elindra from ambush. When ancient wards barred their path through the Mistral Pass, Elindra's intricate spellwork dissolved barriers that would have taken a dwarven expedition weeks to break through. They spoke little of their respective homelands, yet in quiet moments around campfires, fragments of truth emerged. The dwarven kingdom of Khazad-dûrim had grown insular and stagnant, its once great innovations replaced by rigid tradition. The elven eternal court had retreated into ever more esoteric magical pursuits, disconnected from the world beyond their enchanted forests. And in both realms, the rulers had grown increasingly erratic. The queen speaks of voices in her dreams, Elindra confided one night, her fingers tracing constellations in the air that momentarily materialized in motes of light. Counseling isolation, warning of dwarven treachery. Thorin's hand stilled on the whetstone where he'd been sharpening his dagger. Our king suffers the same malady. He orders ever deeper mining operations, though the old shafts grow dangerous. He speaks of treasures whispering from the darkness. Their eyes met across the fire, understanding dawning simultaneously. The Lord of Nightmares, Thorin said, has been planting seeds of division for generations, Elindra finished. The abyssal archives hung suspended in a vast cavern, its impossible architecture a testament to the height of elven-dwarven cooperation. Inverted spires of crystal and stone descended from the cavern ceiling, meeting ascending columns in a gravity-defying lattice. Within this framework, countless chambers housed artifacts and texts too powerful or dangerous to exist in either realm above. "It's magnificent," Thorin breathed, momentarily forgetting his customary stoicism. "It was," Elindra agreed, sorrow evident in her voice. "The last great work before the Sundering." They crossed the single bridge, spanning the chasm that surrounded the archives. A slender crystal walkway that hummed with harmonic tones as they passed. Ancient guardians stirred at their approach, crystalline constructs with elven grace and dwarven durability, their faceted eyes assessing the unlikely pair. "Halt!" commanded the foremost guardian, its voice resonating like a struck bell. "None may enter by ancient decree. Elves and dwarves divided shall never again access the archive's power." Elindra stepped forward, her posture regal. "We come united by common purpose, Guardian. The Lord of Nightmares stirs in his prison. The runes of binding fail." The Guardian's crystalline features remained impassive. "The test remains unchanged since the archives unsealing. Proof of unity must be demonstrated." From recesses in the bridge emerged 2 pedestals, one bearing a silvery metal bowl inscribed with elven script, the other a cube of dark stone covered in dwarven runes. Thorin approached the stone cube, recognizing the puzzle configuration from his clan's histories. "It requires both races," he explained, his fingers already working the movable sections. "Each must solve the other's puzzle simultaneously." Elindra nodded, her hands hovering over the silver bowl, which had begun to fill with a luminescent liquid. "The starlight riddle," she murmured. "I must arrange the fluid to match the dwarven constellation patterns." They worked in concentrated silence, each struggling with unfamiliar principles. Thorin's blunt fingers, so precise with hammer and anvil, fumbled with the delicate manipulations of elven stellar patterns. Elindra's mind, trained in abstract magical theory, grappled with the concrete spatial reasoning of dwarven stonecraft. "This isn't working," Thorin growled after his third failure. Elindra lowered her hands in frustration. Perhaps we're approaching this wrong. The test isn't about each solving the other's puzzle. It's about working together, Thorin realized. Here, let me show you how the stone configurations work, while you explain the stellar alignments. What followed was a true collaboration. Thorin guiding Elindra's hands through the proper sequences of the stone cube, while she directed his manipulation of the starlight fluid. Together, they completed in minutes what neither could have accomplished alone in hours. The Guardians parted as the great doors of the archives swung open. "Proceed, united ones," they intoned. "May your purpose be worthy of your cooperation." Within the archives' central chamber, suspended in a column of azure light, floated the Hammer of Moradin. Unlike the utilitarian tools of modern dwarven smiths, this artifact combined dwarven functionality with elven aesthetics. Its head a perfect cube of star metal, its haft wrapped in mithril filigree depicting the 7 runes of binding. Power radiated from it in palpable waves. "Only a true guardian of runes may claim it," Elindra said softly. "The last of your bloodline." Thorin approached reverently, doubt suddenly clouding his mind. "What if I'm not worthy? My family kept the knowledge, but we haven't actively served as guardians for generations." "The blood remembers what the mind forgets," Elindra replied. "And worthiness isn't inherited, it's earned through action. You've already proven yours by coming this far." Steeling himself, Thorin reached into the column of light. The hammer's weight settled into his palm with a sense of rightness that resonated through his very bones. Ancient knowledge flooded his consciousness, the proper striking techniques, the metal compositions needed, the precise angles of impact that would reforge the vanished runes. As he withdrew the hammer, the archives trembled. Darkness seeped through the crystal walls like ink through parchment. "He knows," Elindra warned, already weaving protective spells around them. "The Lord of Nightmares senses his prison's repair is at hand." The shadows coalesced into humanoid forms, some wearing the semblance of elven grace, others mimicking dwarven sturdiness. Their eyes glowed with malevolent purpose as they advanced. Dreams made manifest, Thorin realized, recognizing the crown upon one shadow dwarf's head. "Into the whispers in our rulers, minds given form." The battle was joined in earnest. Thorin's hammer blazing with golden light each time it struck a shadow form. Elindra's spells creating webs of silver energy that entrapped and dispersed the darkness. They fought back to back, the coordination they'd developed solving the entrance puzzle now extending to combat. When the last shadow dissipated, they wasted no time. The path back to Khazad-dûrim would be dangerous, with the Lord of Nightmares now fully aware of their intentions. 7 days later, they stood in the Chamber of Runes, deep within the dwarven fortress. Word of their coming had spread, drawing both resistance and support. A contingent of younger dwarves, led by Thorin's apprentices, had secured the chamber against the king's guards. Reports from the Starwood told of similar division among the Elves, with a faction supporting Elindra's mission against the Queen's commands. The remaining runes of binding pulsed with weakening light as Thorin prepared his forge. Elindra stood at the chamber's center, inscribing a complex pattern of elven sigils that would channel and amplify the magic of the reforging. "Our rulers will not forgive this defiance easily," Thorin noted as he heated the star metal ingots that would form the new runes. "Perhaps they won't need to," Elindra replied, her concentration unbroken. "If we succeed, the whispers poisoning their minds will cease." The ritual of reforging merged dwarven metallurgy with elven spellcraft in a display not witnessed for a millennium. Thorin's hammer struck with precision, guided by ancestral memory, each blow releasing cascades of golden sparks. Elindra's incantations wove the raw magic into stable patterns, her hands conducting energies visible only to mage sight. As each new rune took form, first binding, then sealing, finally containment, the shadows that had gathered at the chamber's edges retreated. A sense of rightness settled over Khazad-dûrim, extending outward to the Starwood Forest and beyond. The Lord of Nightmares, so close to freedom, was once again securely bound. In the aftermath, change came slowly but inexorably to both realms. The King of Khazad-dûrim and the Queen of the Eternal Court, freed from the corrupting whispers, established a council of cooperation between their peoples. The Chamber of Runes became a joint responsibility, with both elven mages and dwarven runesmiths maintaining vigilance over the bindings. Thorin Forgemartello, acknowledged as the true guardian of runes, established a new order that welcomed members of both races. Elindra Starweaver became the first elven master to take up residence within the dwarven fortress, her knowledge of celestial magic complementing the dwarves' expertise in runic crafting. The Hammer of Moradin remained in Thorin's keeping, a symbol of what could be accomplished when ancient prejudices were set aside and diverse strengths united toward a common purpose. And if sometimes, in the deepest hours of night, shadows still stirred restlessly at the edges of dreams, well, that merely reminded the vigilant that some threats never truly disappear, but merely wait for divisions to create new opportunities. For now, at least, elves and dwarves stood together, their combined light holding the darkness at bay. Story 3. The first golden leaf fell on the summer solstice, drifting down from Yggdrasil's highest branches in a lazy spiral that belied its dire significance. It landed at the feet of Faelith Dawnbloom as she completed the dawn blessing ritual, its gentle touch against the sacred pool sending ripples across water that had remained undisturbed for a millennium. The elven priestess froze, her ceremonial silver chalice suspended mid-air, violet eyes widening with incomprehension. Yggdrasil, the world tree whose vast canopy sheltered the elven realm of Alfheim, whose trunk connected the 9 realms, whose roots delved into mysteries beyond comprehension, never shed its leaves. Until now, high above in the emerald canopy, luminous winged serpents called light whispers, who had nested in Yggdrasil's branches since time immemorial, took flight in agitated spirals, their alarmed keening piercing the sacred tranquility of the grove eternal. Faelith gathered the fallen leaf with trembling fingers. Its edges had begun to blacken, the gold dimming to a sickly amber. As the highest-ranking acolyte of the seasonal council and keeper of the tree's most ancient rituals, she knew what this portended. "Yggdrasil is dying," she whispered, the words themselves a blasphemy in this most sacred place. Far below the surface of the earth, in the deepest halls of the dwarven kingdom of Nidavellir, Grimlock Ironheart squinted through brass-rimmed spectacles at the bubbling concoction in his alembic. The liquid shifted between amber and emerald, refusing to stabilize despite his meticulous calculations. Around him, his workshop, a chaotic symphony of burbling flasks, ticking clockwork devices and humming crystals, seemed unnaturally subdued, as though the very stone held its breath. "Impossible," the dwarven alchemist muttered, tugging at his intricately braided beard. For the 3rd time that day, his attempt to distill essence from the crystal sap of the great root had failed. The sap, collected at great risk from where Yggdrasil's deepest root penetrated the ceiling of the dwarven realm, had always been the cornerstone of his most potent elixirs. A tremor rippled through his workshop, rattling vials and sending a precious crystal mortar crashing to the floor. No ordinary seismic event. This... Grimlock pressed his palm against the ancient stone wall, feeling the mountain's pulse as only a dwarf could. "The root stirs," he whispered, ancient dwarven instincts awakening to something his conscious mind couldn't yet comprehend. Throughout Nidavellir, the giant fungi that illuminated the caverns began to dim, their luminescence faltering like dying stars. The seasonal council convened beneath Yggdrasil's middle branches as more golden leaves spiraled downward. 6 elven elders arranged themselves in a perfect hexagon, their silver and opalescent robes catching the dappled light. At the center stood Faelith, her ceremonial green robes now adorned with the withered leaf, suspended in a crystal pendant at her throat. "Impossible," Elder Silvermoon declared, echoing what all wished to believe. "Adi, the world tree is eternal, beyond the reach of mere blight or disease. Yet it withers before our eyes," Faelith countered, gesturing upward where patches of golden leaves now marred the perfect emerald canopy, and with it, our connection to the other realms fades. Indeed, throughout Alfheim the signs were unmistakable. The eternal bloom of the crystal roses had halted, the sacred springs ran shallow. Children born that week had eyes of common brown, instead of the vibrant violet, azure, or emerald that marked elven connection to Yggdrasil's magic. "What would you have us do?" asked Elder Moon Whisper, his ancient face troubled. "The tree's mysteries are beyond even our eldest lore." Faelith took a steadying breath. What she proposed next would be considered heresy by many. "The ancient texts speak of the tree's tripartite nature, branches reaching to heaven, trunk standing in our realm, and roots delving deep into the dwarven kingdom of Nidavellir. If we are to understand this malady, we must consult with those who dwell among the roots." A scandalized murmur swept through the council. Contact with the dwarves had been forbidden since the Sundering 3 centuries ago, when disputes over the tree's resources had nearly led to war. "You suggest we parley with those stone shapers?" Elder Silvermoon's voice dripped with disdain. "Those who would drain the sacred sap for their profane concoctions? I suggest," Faelith replied with quiet conviction, "that the tree connects us all, whether we wish it or not. Its fate is our shared destiny." As the debate raged, more leaves fell, and in the heart of the tree, something ancient stirred from slumber. The summons reached Grimlock through unconventional channels, a clockwork hummingbird fashioned of silver and emeralds that materialized in his workshop through a fissure in the stone ceiling. The bird delivered its message in melodic elven tones, then collapsed into inert metal, its magic exhausted by the journey through realms. The alchemist's conclave was less than pleased with the development. "You would meet with these tree dwellers," Master Flintbrew growled, his massive forge hammer striking the obsidian table for emphasis. "The same who declared our methods sacrilege and our harvesting of sap theft." Grimlock adjusted his spectacles, unintimidated. His position as a master alchemist had always been precarious, his innovations considered too radical, his methods too experimental for dwarven traditionalists. "I would meet with anyone who might explain why the great root trembles," he replied, "why our cavern fungi fade, why the crystal veins in our deepest mines have lost their luster." He didn't mention his most troubling discovery, the sap crystallizing in his vials, turning to lifeless stone. Such knowledge would cause panic throughout Nidavellir. "The surface is no place for a dwarf," warned Master Stonebrew, the eldest of the conclave. "Especially not the elvish realm, with their disorienting open skies and chaotic forests." Grimlock stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Then perhaps it's fortunate I've always been considered a poor excuse for a proper dwarf." They met at the convergence, a hollow within Yggdrasil's trunk, where a massive branch curved downward to touch a reaching root, creating a natural chamber, neither fully of the upper world nor the lower. Here, the tree's luminescent sap flowed visibly through translucent vessels, pulsing like a heartbeat, though now noticeably sluggish. Faelith arrived first, descending the spiral staircase that elven artisans had carved within the living wood ages ago. She wore simple green robes, her only ornament the crystal pendant containing the first fallen leaf. Behind her, two elven rangers stood guard, their expressions making clear their distaste for the mission. Grimlock's entrance was less graceful, emerging from a rough-hewn tunnel in the root with a grinding of stone, accompanied by the hiss of steam from the mechanical excavator that had carved his path. He stepped into the chamber alone, a stout figure barely reaching Faelith's shoulder, laden with alchemical equipment and strange brass instruments. "So," he said gruffly, looking up at the elven priestess, "the mighty elves finally deign to acknowledge they need dwarven help." Faelith's expression remained serene. "The world tree connects all realms, Master Ironheart. Its ailment affects us equally. Aye, but some acknowledge the signs sooner than others." He produced a crystal vial from his satchel, containing what appeared to be petrified sap. "The tree's lifeblood turns to stone in our realm. I suspect it fares no better in yours." Their initial wariness dissolved as they shared observations, the withering leaves above, the trembling roots below, the fading magic throughout both realms. Together they examined the tree's visible vessels within the convergence. Faelith using elven magics to sense the flow of life energy, while Grimlock employed dwarven instruments to measure density and resonance. "It's as though something drains the tree's essence," Faelith murmured, her hand hovering over a particularly dim section of the trunk. Grimlock nodded, adjusting a brass device with multiple lenses. "Or something interferes with its natural cycle. See how the sap thickens here, becoming sluggish. In alchemy, such symptoms indicate introduction of a foreign element." "Poison?" Faelith's voice was barely a whisper. "Or parasite," Grimlock confirmed grimly. "And it comes from below, deeper than even the dwarven halls." They worked through the night, combining elven lore with dwarven science in ways neither civilization had attempted since the Sundering. By dawn, they had reached a troubling conclusion. Something ancient had awakened in the deepest realm, where Yggdrasil's roots touched primordial forces. This entity was drawing the tree's power, corrupting its essence. "The old texts speak of a guardian imprisoned at the dawn of time," Faelith said, unrolling an ancient scroll with reverence. "A divine being corrupted by chaos, bound to the deepest root by our earliest ancestors. And our oldest sagas tell of the Forge of Creation," Grimlock added, "where the first dwarven smiths crafted 7 seals to contain an ancient darkness. We thought them mere myths." The implications were clear. They would need to descend to the deepest root, into realms no elf or dwarf had visited in millennia, to confront whatever had awakened. Their journey downward was a harrowing descent through the living heart of Yggdrasil. They followed the inner passages of the great root, climbing down through chambers of pulsing sap and crystalline formations. The way grew darker and more primeval the deeper they ventured. Faelith's elven magic illuminated their path with soft starlight captured in crystal globes, while Grimlock's alchemical concoctions helped them breathe as the air grew thin and strange. Each brought the strengths of their people, her ethereal connection to living energies, his pragmatic understanding of material elements. "Your people believe we desecrate the tree with our harvesting," Grimlock said during a brief rest. "Yet without the sap, our caverns would lie in darkness, our people blind in the eternal night beneath the earth." Faelith studied him with newfound appreciation. And your people believe we hoard the tree's blessings, keeping its highest magics for ourselves. Yet we see ourselves as its caretakers, not its owners. Perhaps, the dwarf acknowledged with a wry smile, both peoples have seen only half the truth. They encountered guardian creatures along the way, ancient constructs of wood and crystal that tested their worthiness. Each challenge required both elven and dwarven approaches to overcome, a riddle of starlight that needed Felith's insight, paired with a puzzle of stone that yielded only to Grimlock's knowledge. Finally, they reached the deepest chamber, where the great root ended in a vast cavern illuminated by an ominous crimson light. At its center writhed a being of shadow and flame, its form constantly shifting, tendrils of darkness wrapped around the root's very core. The Devourer, Felith breathed, recognizing the entity from ancient warnings. The void beneath, Grimlock whispered simultaneously, the creature known in dwarven legend by a different name, but the same essence. The corrupted guardian sensed their presence, turning a gaze of ancient malice upon the intruders. Its voice resonated not in the air, but in their minds, a susurration of temptation and despair. Children of the upper realms, it purred. How entertaining that you come together now, when the tree falters. For centuries, you have kept apart what was meant to be united. The truth revealed itself as the entity spoke. The sundering between elves and dwarves had been its doing. Subtle whispers planted in the minds of leaders, fears stoked into prejudice, ancient slights magnified into grievances. By dividing those who safeguarded Yggdrasil, it had weakened the tree's defenses, creating the opportunity to feed upon its essence. The ritual of renewal, Grimlock said suddenly, pulling an ancient bronze disc from his pack. My clan's histories speak of it, a rite performed by both peoples together to strengthen the seals. Felith nodded, withdrawing a silver circlet from her robes. The crown of seasons. It channels the tree's upper energies, but requires a counterpart from below. The Devourer roared, sending tendrils of darkness lashing toward them. Together, elf and dwarf stood their ground, beginning a ritual last performed 1,000 years ago. Felith's voice rose in an ethereal chant, calling down the energy of stars and sky through the world tree's branches. Grimlock's deeper tones interwove with hers, invoking the strength of stone and crystal from the roots. Between them, the silver circlet and bronze disc began to levitate, spinning in opposite directions, creating a vortex of energy that pulled at the darkness wrapped around the root. The entity fought back, bombarding their minds with visions of failure and betrayal. It showed Felith images of dwarves harvesting Yggdrasil until nothing remained. It showed Grimlock visions of elves sealing away the tree's power, leaving the dwarven realm in eternal darkness. Lies, Grimlock grunted, maintaining his chant despite the assault. Deceptions, Felith agreed, her voice never faltering. Their shared purpose proved stronger than ancient prejudices. The vortex intensified, light and energy surging between the artifacts. With a final harmonized note, elven soprano and dwarven bass perfectly balanced, they completed the ritual. The Devourer shrieked as renewed seals of silver and gold materialized around it, binding it once more to its ancient prison. As its influence receded, the great root pulsed with renewed vitality, sap flowing freely once more. Above, throughout Alfheim, falling leaves reversed their descent, returning to their branches now restored to vibrant emerald. Below, in Nidavellir, the cavern fungi blazed with renewed luminescence, and crystal veins sparkled with inner fire. In the chamber of the convergence, elven and dwarven representatives gathered in wary amazement as Faelith and Grimlock emerged from the depths, forever changed by their journey. "The world tree connects us all," Faelith announced, her hand resting lightly on Grimlock's shoulder. "Its health depends not just on elven stewardship or dwarven craftsmanship, but on the harmony between them." Grimlock nodded, adjusting his spectacles as he surveyed the gathering. Yggdrasil was never meant to be divided between above and below. The tree is whole, and so must be its caretakers. And so began a new chapter in the history of Alfheim and Nidavellir, not a return to the past, but the forging of something new. For while Yggdrasil's roots and branches might occupy different realms, they were nourished by the same eternal source, just as the diverse peoples who dwelled among them. Story 4. The kingdom of Duskavar existed in eternal twilight, where neither full day nor complete night ever claimed dominion. 7 massive crystalline pillars, each taller than the highest towers of men, stretched skyward at precise intervals across the realm, their surfaces gleaming with arcane runes that pulsed in rhythm with the cosmos. For millennia, these pillars of twilight had maintained the delicate balance between light and shadow, creating a realm where both elves and dwarves had thrived, separate but in harmony, until now. The first fracture appeared in the amethyst pillar at the precise moment Thaylen Moonsong awoke, screaming from his dream vision. Sweat-drenched and trembling, the high elf gazed out his chamber window at the court of silver, its gossamer spires catching the perpetual dusk light. The dream had shown him all 7 pillars crumbling simultaneously, plunging Duskavar into either blinding, searing light or absolute, devouring darkness. "I'm not a dream," he whispered, his violet eyes reflecting the distant shimmer of the nearest pillar. "A prophecy." Far below the surface, in the grand underground city of Stonehearth, Master Engineer Bryndis Graniteheart jolted awake at her workbench, a half-finished mechanical owl still clutched in her calloused hands. Something had disturbed the perfect resonance of the mountain, a discordance so subtle that only one whose ancestors had spent generations attuning themselves to stone could detect it. The dwarven woman rubbed her temples beneath her intricately braided auburn hair. The disruption had come from the foundations of the amber pillar, the massive crystal structure that her forebears had helped construct an age ago, though few now remembered this ancient collaboration. "The pillars," she murmured, her fingers instinctively tracing an ancestral rune of protection on her workbench. "They're failing." The Elven Council refused to heed Thaylen's warnings. Elder Solarian waved a dismissive hand, the sleeves of his silver robes shimmering in the council chamber's enchanted light. "Your dreams are troubled by too many ancient scrolls, Archivist Moonsong," he said with practiced condescension. "The pillars have stood since the Twilight Concordat. They will outlast us all." "With respect, Elder," Thaylen persisted, "the texts speak of a cycle, 7 millennia before renewal." "That time is upon us. Myths and legends," scoffed another council member. "Next you'll suggest we consult with the stone diggers beneath us." The chamber filled with polite, cutting laughter. Only Thaylen remained solemn, his mind drifting to the forbidden histories he'd discovered hidden in the deepest archives, of a time when elves and dwarves had worked together to erect the very pillars that sustained their world. That night, a crack loud as thunder echoed across Duskavar as the amethyst pillar's fracture widened, sending shards of crystal larger than horses crashing to the earth below. In its wake, a section of the elven forest withered to ash, while another bloomed with blinding, painful intensity that seared the eyes of any who gazed upon it. The balance was breaking. In Stonehearth, the conclave of masters had assembled around a massive table of polished granite. Bryndis stood before them, her diagrams and calculations spread across the stone surface. "The resonance patterns are clear," she insisted, tapping a parchment covered in complex geometrical figures. "The foundational runes are degrading. If we don't act, your obsession with the surface monuments clouds your judgment, Granite Heart," interrupted Master Flintbeard, his massive beard adorned with rune-etched metal clasps that clinked as he shook his head. "Let the tall folk worry about their glittering spires. Our concerns lie with the deep places. The pillars are as much our creation as theirs," Bryndis countered, her voice rising. My own ancestor's mark is carved into the Amber Pillar's foundation stone." "Ancient history," Flintbeard dismissed. "The elves have forgotten our contribution. Let them solve their own problems." As the assembly disbanded, an apprentice rushed in, his face pale beneath his ruddy beard. "The Amber Pillar," he gasped. "It's beginning to crack." Fate drew Thalon and Bryndis to the same location, the Valley of Echoes that lay between the amethyst and amber pillars. The elf arrived first, having ridden his moonlit stag through the night, a satchel of ancient scrolls and artifacts strapped to his back. He stood in the mist-filled valley, gazing up at the wounded pillars with sorrow etched upon his ageless features. The sound of mechanized gears and the hiss of steam announced the dwarf's arrival. Bryndis emerged from a contraption of brass and iron, a walking machine that compensated for the shorter strides of her kind when covering great distances. She dismounted with practiced ease, a pack of tools and instruments slung over her shoulder. They regarded each other with surprise and suspicion, an elf lord in flowing silver robes embroidered with celestial symbols, and a dwarven engineer in a practical leather worksuit adorned with precision tools and mechanical enhancements. "You're trespassing in elven territory," Thalon said finally, though without conviction. Bryndis snorted. "This valley has never belonged to either of our peoples. It's neutral ground, or have your histories been conveniently rewritten too?" The accusation stung because Thalon knew it held truth. "You know about the pillars," he said. It wasn't a question. "My family has passed down the knowledge for generations," she replied, patting a leather-bound tome secured at her hip. "The Ledger of Foundation. Every calculation, every rune, every material used in the construction." Thalon's eyes widened. "And I found fragments in our archives, mentions of dwarven runesmiths working alongside our enchanters. The council dismissed them as fabrications." A tremor shook the valley before Bryndis could respond. Both pillars shimmered, their light fluctuating dangerously. In the distance, 5 more massive crystals pulsed erratically, responding to the disturbance. "We haven't much time," Bryndis said grimly. They made camp in the valley, sharing knowledge that had been kept separate for centuries. Thalon spread his scrolls beside Bryndis's mechanical diagrams and runic blueprints. Together, they assembled the fragmented truth. The pillars had not been created to maintain peace between their peoples, but to contain something far more ancient and terrible. The entity of primal magic. Thalon read from a crumbling parchment. "Neither good nor evil, but raw power incarnate, the source from which all magic flows. Our ancestors feared its unpredictability," Bryndis added, tracing a complex equation in her ledger. "It granted immense power, but at unpredictable cost. Some wielders achieved wonders, others were consumed from within. So they didn't imprison a monster," Thalon mused, "but rather contained a wellspring. A wellspring that's about to burst its banks," Bryndis warned. The containment was designed to last 7 millennia exactly. It requires renewal, a ritual performed by both races together. Their research continued through the endless twilight, punctuated by worsening tremors as more fractures appeared in the pillars. They learned that the renewal ritual required items of power from both cultures, an arcane focus used by elven high mages, and a resonance hammer crafted by master dwarven smiths, neither of which their estranged peoples would willingly provide. The crisis accelerated faster than either had anticipated. Within days, all 7 pillars showed dangerous fractures. Regions of Duskavar plunged into absolute darkness, while others blazed with unbearable light. Creatures of pure shadow and beings of searing radiance, manifestations of the imbalance, began to appear, attacking settlements of both races. Desperate missives from both the Elven Council and the Dwarven Conclave reached them, demanding their return and denouncing the other race as responsible for the calamity. "They'll never cooperate," Brindis said bitterly as they stood beneath the Emerald Pillar, now webbed with cracks from base to summit. "Not until it's too late." Thalen's eyes reflected the pillar's failing light. "Then we must complete the ritual ourselves." They embarked on a perilous journey, infiltrating their own homelands as fugitives. Thalen slipped into the Court of Silver's sealed archives to retrieve the Astral Prism, an ancient focusing crystal that had once channeled the combined magical energies of 7 elven archmages. Brindis descended into the forbidden vaults beneath Stonehearth to claim the Harmonic Forge Hammer, a masterwork tool that could strike the perfect resonant frequency of any substance in creation. When they reunited at the central pillar, the diamond spire that stood at Duskavar's heart, they found a scene of apocalyptic proportions, the sky above warped between blinding brilliance and smothering blackness. The ground beneath them shifted as reality itself struggled to maintain coherence. "We may be too late," Thalen said softly as they approached the pillar's fractured base, dodging falling crystal shards. Brindis gripped the hammer tighter. "We haven't come this far to surrender, elf." They began the ritual as pieces of the 7 pillars crashed down around them. Thalon channeled his ancestral magic through the astral prism, while Brindis struck precise points on the diamond spire's foundation with the harmonic hammer. Each impact sent resonant waves to the other 6 pillars, temporarily stabilizing their deterioration. As the ritual neared completion, the truth revealed itself in a blinding moment of shared vision. The entity of primal magic appeared before them, not as a monster, but as a being of pure, swirling energy, simultaneously beautiful and terrifying. "I am the source of all your gifts." Its voice resonated directly in their minds. Imprisoned by your ancestors out of fear and misunderstanding, images flooded their consciousness. The entity granting the first elves their connection to celestial magic, blessing the first dwarves with their affinity for earth and stone. Later, showing how these gifts had been twisted by ambition and rivalry until the entity's unpredictable nature was blamed for the chaos that mortals themselves had created. "You face a choice," the entity continued. "Renew my prison and continue the cycle of separation and mistrust, or release me fully and learn to share my gifts as was intended, together." Thalen and Brindis looked at each other, centuries of prejudice and separation hanging in the balance. "If we release it," Thalen began, "everything changes," Brindis finished. "Our peoples would have to cooperate, to learn balance together rather than apart." Around them, the pillars continued to crumble. The ritual was at its critical juncture, with a final hammer strike and prismatic focus. They could either restore the pillars to full strength or dissolve the ancient binding completely. In that moment of decision, Thalon remembered every dismissive comment about stone diggers he'd heard in the elven court. Brindis recalled every slur about tree climbers muttered in dwarven halls. Their eyes met again, and understanding passed between them. Together then, Thailand said. Brindis nodded. A new concordate. With a final resonant strike and a focused beam of pure magical energy, they made their choice, not just for themselves, but for the future of Duskavar and the two proud races who called it home. The Pillars of Twilight shattered completely, their fragments dissolving into motes of light and shadow that spread across the realm like stars. The entity of primal magic expanded outward in a wave of pure potential, touching every elf and dwarf in Duskavar simultaneously, granting visions of understanding and connection that transcended millennia of separation. In the valley where it all began, Thalen Moonsong and Brindis Graniteheart stood side by side, watching as true dawn broke over Duskavar for the first time in 7,000 years. A new age had begun. Story 5. The last rays of sunset danced across the crystal spires of Silverleaf, painting the elven city in hues of amber and gold. Yet even this ethereal beauty could not mask the shadow that had fallen upon the land. For 5 seasons now, the once vibrant forests had grown silent, the ancient magic that sustained them fading like morning mist. In the forgotten corners of taverns and beneath the rustling canopy of elder trees, whispers spread of a broken covenant, of twin blades vanished into legend, and of darkness creeping ever closer. Far below the surface, in the vast underground kingdom of Khazad-dûr, the great forges had grown cold. The masterful hammers of the dwarven smiths no longer sang against anvils in joyous creation. Mines, once rich with precious ore and glittering gems, now yielded little more than dust and stone. The dwarves, pragmatic as ever, blamed the elves for breaking the ancient pact that had kept both realms safe for centuries. The elves, in their lofty towers, returned the accusation with equal conviction. In the heart of Silverleaf's enchanted grove stood the Hall of Echoes, where Lyrindal Starsong practiced her bardic arts in solitude. Her fingers danced across her silverwood harp, coaxing forth melodies that few elves could appreciate, songs infused with the rhythm and power of dwarven war chants. The court had long since dismissed her fascination with dwarven culture as eccentric at best, treasonous at worst. "May I play something proper, Starsong?" came the familiar voice of Archcantor Thalen. "Your obsession with those stone dwellers dishonors your lineage." Lyrandel's delicate fingers paused over the strings. "The oldest songs tell of harmony between our peoples, Archcantor. Music doesn't lie. Ancient history," he scoffed. "I remember your place." When the Archcantor departed, Lyrindel returned to her forbidden melodies, losing herself in the rhythm until sleep claimed her. That night, her dreams carried her deep into the Silverleaf forest, to a clearing bathed in moonlight, where an ancient oak stood sentinel. At its base, half buried in earth and roots, gleamed a hilt of silver and sapphire. "Find me," whispered a voice that seemed woven from starlight itself. "Restore what was broken." 700 leagues away, and thousands of feet beneath the surface, young Grundar Stronghammer stood before the great forge of Khazad-dûr, wiping sweat from his brow. While other dwarves had abandoned the dying fires for more practical pursuits, Grundar remained, driven by a vision that haunted his sleep. "Wasting coal again, Stronghammer." Elder Ironfoot's gravelly voice echoed off the cavernous walls. "There's no metal worth forging anymore." Grundar's hand tightened around his hammer. "The ancestors guide my work. Elder, I follow their call." "The ancestors would tell you to accept what cannot be changed. The pact is broken, the magic gone." When solitude returned, Grundar resumed his work, rhythmically striking the anvil long after the metal had cooled. That night, exhaustion claimed him where he stood. In his dreams, he wandered deeper into the mountain than any dwarf had ventured in generations, drawn by a distant gleam of gold and ruby. There, embedded in ancient stone, waited a sword hilt that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. "Find me," rumbled a voice like distant thunder. "Unite what was divided." Lyrendel did not tell the council of her discovery. Dawn found her slipping through the forest shadows, guided by fragments of her dream and the faint melody that seemed to call from the earth itself. The clearing appeared exactly as she had dreamed, an ancient oak surrounded by stones carved with symbols half eroded by time and weather. As she approached the tree, the air grew thick with magic. Kneeling, she brushed away centuries of soil to reveal the hilt of a sword, its silver surface unmarred by time, sapphires glowing with inner light. When her fingers closed around it, visions flooded her mind, dwarven hands lovingly forging the blade, imbuing it with strength and resilience. "Alvarada," she whispered the sword's name, knowing it instinctively. "Dawn!" The moment she drew the blade from the earth, a shockwave of power rippled through the forest. Trees rustled, animals fled, and somewhere deep in the mountain halls, a counterpart blade pulsed in response. Grundar's expedition into the forbidden depths was considered madness by his clan. The lower mines had been sealed for generations, said to harbor ancient terrors and collapsing passages. Yet he descended without hesitation, carrying only a torch and his hammer. The tunnels narrowed, then widened into a vast chamber untouched by dwarven tools, a natural cathedral of stone. Stalactites hung like frozen waterfalls, and at the chamber's center rose a column of obsidian. Embedded within it, gleaming gold and ruby, was the hilt of a sword. His heart hammering against his ribs, Grundar approached. The obsidian seemed to soften at his touch, releasing its treasure without resistance. The moment his calloused hand wrapped around the hilt, knowledge flooded his mind. Elven enchanters weaving spells of grace and precision into the blade. "Crepusculo," he murmured. "Twilight." As he pulled the sword free, the chamber trembled. Dust and small stones rained from above, and far away, beneath the boughs of ancient trees, another blade sang in harmony. That night, both dreamers saw each other for the first time. The slender elven bard with hair like spun silver and eyes of deepest violet, and the broad-shouldered dwarven smith with his fiery beard and hands scarred by forge and flame. Between them floated their blades, moving in a dance of their own, yearning to reunite. 7 days, spoke a voice that was neither elven nor dwarven, but something more ancient than both. 7 days to the blood moon. Meet at the sentinel stones, where the pact was forged and broken. They awoke with the knowledge burned into their souls and the certainty that others had felt the awakening of the twin blades. Dark forces stirred, agents of the ancient shadow that had manipulated the sundering of elf and dwarf centuries ago. The journey was perilous for both. Lyrendel fled Silverleaf under cover of night, pursued by the Archcantor's hunters who claimed she had stolen a sacred relic. Grundar escaped a cave-in that seemed too perfectly timed to be accident, then fought off creatures of living shadow that bubbled up from the deepest chasms. Each night they shared dreams, their bond growing stronger as the swords pulled them toward each other. Through these visions, they learned the truth. The blades had been forged at the dawn of the Alliance as symbols of unity. Alvarada, the elven sword, had been crafted by dwarven hands to embody strength and endurance. Crepusculo, the dwarven blade, had been enchanted by elven magic to grant precision and foresight. When their peoples turned against each other, manipulated by whispers of an ancient darkness, the swords had vanished, their power dormant until champions worthy of their legacy would arise. On the seventh day, as the blood moon rose over the sentinel stones, a circle of monoliths standing at the border between the surface world and the underground kingdom, Lyrendel arrived first. She waited, harp in hand, sword at her side, playing melodies that blended elven grace with dwarven power. Grundar emerged from a hidden passage as the moon reached its zenith, Crepusculo glowing like captured fire in his grip. They regarded each other with wonder and wariness, centuries of distrust not easily set aside. "You're shorter than in my dreams," Lyrendel said, breaking the tension with a smile. "Than you're frailer," Grundar replied, his beard twitching with hidden amusement. "But your music, I've heard nothing like it." Before they could take another step toward each other, shadows pooled between the ancient stones, rising to form hooded figures with eyes like dying stars. "The Void Speakers," Lyrendel whispered, recognizing them from ancient warnings. "Servants of the Nameless One," Grundar growled, raising Crepusculo. The shadow beings attacked without word or warning, wielding magic that devoured light itself. Back to back, elf and dwarf stood their ground. Lyrendel moved with fluid grace, Alvarada cutting through shadow like sunlight through mist. Grundar fought with the unstoppable force of a mountain avalanche, Crepusculo cleaving darkness with each mighty swing. As they fought, the twin swords began to sing, Alvarada with the high, clear notes of elven voices, Crepusculo with the deep, resonant tones of dwarven chants. The melodies intertwined, growing stronger with each passing moment. The ritual, Lyrendel gasped between strikes. The swords must be exchanged at the moment of perfect harmony. Understanding flashed in Grundar's eyes. When the song reached its crescendo, they turned toward each other and, in perfect synchronicity, offered their blades, hilt first, to the other. The moment Lyrendel's slender fingers closed around Crepusculo and Grundar's calloused hand grasped Alvarada, a shockwave of pure magic erupted from the sentinel stones. The Void Speakers shrieked as golden light tore through their shadowy forms, banishing them to whatever dark realm had spawned them. In that moment of perfect union, both warriors saw the truth with perfect clarity. They were never meant to wield the blades of their own people, but to master the blade of the other. Only by embracing what was foreign could true harmony be achieved. As the first light of dawn broke over the eastern hills, the ancient stones hummed with renewed power. The magic that had been sundered now flowed once more between the realms of elf and dwarf. In the forests above, withered trees burst into bloom. Deep below the surface, veins of precious metal and crystal gleamed with renewed vigor. Lyrendel and Grundar stood in the center of the stone circle, no longer strangers, but something not quite friends, not yet. "It seems," Grundar said, running a reverent finger along Alvarada's silvery blade, "we have much to learn from each other." Lyrendel nodded, feeling the perfect balance of Crepusculo in her hand. "So beans and perhaps more battles to fight together. Far away, in both Silverleaf and Khazad-dûr, ancient tomes began to glow, revealing prophecies long forgotten, of twin champions bearing crossed blades, leading the united armies of elf and dwarf against the rising darkness that had always feared their alliance more than anything else in the world. And so began the true song of the twin swords, a melody of harmony that would echo through the ages. Story 6. The last gem on the ancient crown of Khazad-dûr dimmed under Thrain's touch, its once brilliant azure light now barely a flicker against the obsidian setting. Throughout the cavernous throne room of the Mountain King, whispers rippled like disturbed water. 7 houses, 7 tiers, 7 fates intertwined, the sacred equilibrium now faltering like a dying heartbeat. "Dies, it is as I feared," murmured Lord Barundin, the elderly dwarf's silver-streaked beard trembling as he spoke. "The tears of Elirina fade. The dragon's promise awakens." Thrain stepped back from the crown, his fingertips still tingling with the strange resonance only he could feel. While other dwarves measured worth by strength of arm or crafting skill, Thrain's peculiar gift, the ability to sense the song of metals and gems, had earned him little but mockery in the warrior halls of Khazad-dûr. Yet now, as the 7 kingdoms faced impending doom, all eyes turned to the slender prince with reverence tinged with fear. "And how long?" demanded King Thorin Ironshield, Thrain's father, his voice echoing against the crystal-veined walls of the Great Hall. 3 moons, perhaps 4, Thrain answered, certainty humming through his bones. The resonance pattern is clear. What took a millennium to build is unraveling rapidly. Beyond the mountain stronghold, across the ancient border where dwarf territory gave way to the elven realm of Sylvanheit, crops withered in once fertile fields. Deep within the legendary mines of Morkaldin, veins of precious ore turned to dust at first strike, and in the arcane towers of both kingdoms, spells faltered mid-incantation, the weave of magic fraying like worn silk. The 7 tears of Elirina, crystallized droplets from the last crystal dragon's dying eyes, had sustained the dual kingdoms for 1,000 years. Now, their failing light heralded catastrophe. That night, while the Council of 7 Houses argued remedies and assigned blame, Thrain slipped away to the highest parapet of the eastern tower. The Forbidden Mountains loomed in the distance, their jagged peaks cutting the star-strewn sky like obsidian teeth. Sleep had become a torment, filled with visions of crystal scales and burning eyes. Something called to him from those cursed peaks, something ancient awakening. You feel it too, don't you? The pull. Thrain spun around, dagger drawn, to find himself facing a cloaked figure perched impossibly on the narrow stone railing. Moonlight caught the stranger's features as the hood fell back, high cheekbones, pointed ears, and eyes with vertical pupils that reflected the starlight like a cat's. "An elf," Thrain breathed, lowering his blade only slightly. "In the heart of Khazad-dûr, the guards will have your head. The guards are distracted by larger concerns tonight," she replied, her voice carrying the musical lilt of the forest folk. "My name is Ilaria Moonshadow, last of the Drakenor bloodline." The name struck Thrain like a hammer blow. Drakenor, the dragon hunters. Every dwarven child knew the tales of the elite elven order who had slain the last crystal dragon, Elirina the Magnificent, bringing an end to the Dragon Age. "The very same," she said, a bitter smile playing across her lips. "Though murderers might be more accurate than hunters, according to the histories." "Why are you here?" Thrain demanded, fighting the instinctive distrust bred into generations of dwarves. The ancient alliance between the races had grown cold over centuries, maintained only through the shared prosperity of the dragon tiers. Ilaria's smile vanished. "Because, Prince Thrain Metalsense, you and I are bound by fate and by blood. The dragon returns, and only together can we ensure its birth brings renewal rather than doom." She extended her arm, pushing back her sleeve to reveal a crystalline pattern embedded in her skin, a constellation of glittering scales. Thrain gasped, instinctively touching his own forearm where an identical pattern had appeared 3 nights ago after his first vision. "How did you—" "The dragon has chosen us, Dwarf Prince." "Me," the descendant of those who ended its predecessor's life. You, the only one who can hear the true song of its tears." She leapt down from the railing with feline grace. "We must journey to the Forbidden Mountains before the new moon, before Asmodeus finds the hatching ground." "Lord Asmodeus," Thrain frowned, "the elven royal mage, what concern is he in this matter?" Ilaria's eyes hardened. "No longer royal, but shadow-sworn. He orchestrated my exile when I discovered his true design, to harness the rebirth of the crystal dragon and channel its power to breach the veil between life and death." The pieces aligned in Thrain's mind like a complex lock clicking into place. The failing of the tears, the timing, the visions, all by design rather than fate. "If what you say is true, we face opposition from both our peoples," Thrain said quietly. "The seven houses will never willingly surrender their tears, even as they dim." "Then we must be more cunning than they are stubborn," Ilaria replied, extending her hand. "Will you come with me, son of stone, to face what lies in the mountains? Or will ancient hatreds doom us all?" Thrain stared at her outstretched fingers, centuries of ingrained suspicion warring with the certainty humming in his blood. Then, with a decisive motion, he clasped her hand. "I will come, but not for you, elf, for the song that calls me." The journey to the Forbidden Mountains tested them in ways neither had anticipated. Pursued by agents of the Seven Houses and Asmodeus's shadowbound servants, they traversed treacherous ravines and enchanted forests where reality itself seemed to shift. In the Whispering Marsh, phantasms of their ancestors emerged from the mists to taunt them with ancient crimes. At the Chasm of Severed Oaths, they faced spectral guardians who demanded blood payment for trespassing. Yet with each trial, the unlikely pair found their strengths complemented one another. Ilaria's agility and intuitive magic balanced Thrain's endurance and innate sense for true paths through stone. Grudging respect blossomed between them, and in quiet moments by campfires, they exchanged stories that revealed how similarly their peoples had distorted their shared history. "My people speak of dwarven greed that sought to harvest the dragon's scales while it still lived," Ilaria said one night, her fingers tracing the crystalline pattern on her arm, which had grown more luminous as they neared their destination. "And mine tell of elven jealousy, that Elirana favored our craftsmanship over elven magic," Thrain replied, watching how the firelight caught the facets of her marking. "Perhaps both tales hold fragments of truth, or perhaps neither does." On the seventh day, as they scaled the highest peak of the Forbidden Range, a terrible storm engulfed them. Lightning with a crystalline quality struck the mountainside, revealing a hidden passage. The marking on their arms burned with cold fire as they entered the ancient caldera at the mountain's heart. What awaited them stole the breath from their lungs. A vast chamber of crystal and stone spread before them, its walls pulsing with veins of light that matched the rhythm of their heartbeats. At its center, suspended in a column of iridescent energy, floated an egg the size of a small house, its translucent shell revealing the curled form of a dragon within. "We're too late," Ilaria whispered, pointing to the base of the column. There stood Asmodeus, resplendent in robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver runes. Around him, arranged in a perfect circle, rested the 7 tiers of Illyranor, stolen from both kingdoms while their guardians pursued Thrain and Ilaria. "Ah, the final players arrive for the culmination," Asmodeus called, his voice unnaturally resonant in the crystal chamber. How fitting that the last Drakenor and the Metal-Sense Prince should witness the undoing of their ancestors. Mistakes. "This is madness, Asmodeus," Ilaria called out, notching an arrow to her bow. The dragon's return was never meant to be controlled or harnessed. The Shadow Mage laughed, the sound splintering against the crystal walls. Control? You understand nothing? The tears were never a blessing but a curse. Illyriner's final vengeance against those who betrayed the Covenant. For 1,000 years, they have slowly drained the life force of both kingdoms to feed this rebirth. Thrain stepped forward, the crystal patterns on his arm now blazing with light that matched the egg's pulsations. If that's true, then what you attempt is even more dangerous. You would turn vengeance to apocalypse. I would turn judgment to transcendence, Asmodeus countered, raising his staff. When the barrier falls, those we've lost will return. The ancient ones will walk again. What happened next unfolded with the inexorable precision of destiny. As Asmodeus began his incantation, Thrain felt the song of the seven tears harmonize into a chord of pure power. Acting on instinct rather than plan, he charged forward, Illaria's covering fire forcing Asmodeus to divert his attention. The moment Thrain's hands touched the nearest tear, a shockwave of recognition passed between them. These gems remembered him, knew his bloodline. As Asmodeus's spell reached its crescendo, Thrain did the unthinkable. He shattered the tear beneath his palm. A scream of thwarted power tore from Asmodeus's throat as the carefully balanced energies collapsed. One by one, the remaining tears cracked and dissolved, their stored power flowing not into Asmodeus's spell, but into the crystalline patterns on Thrain and Illaria's skin. The chamber trembled, the egg pulsed brighter, faster. "What have you done?" Asmodeus shrieked, his form beginning to distort as uncontrolled magic surged around him. Illaria reached Thrain's side, their marked arms instinctively clasping as the chamber began to collapse. "We've returned control to the rightful arbiter," she answered, watching as the Shadow Mage's form dissolved into motes of dark light. The egg's shell cracked, and in that moment, time itself seemed to pause. A voice older than mountains and deeper than oceans resonated not in their ears but in their minds. The judgment comes not through destruction but choice," it said. "You have broken the cycle of vengeance by choosing trust over hatred. The tears served their purpose, not as punishment, but as test." Light exploded outward as the newborn crystal dragon emerged, its scales refracting the chamber's glow into thousands of rainbow shards. Wings unfurled like translucent sails as it regarded the elf and dwarf with ancient eyes that held galaxies within. "Return to your peoples," the dragon commanded. "Tell them the age of separation ends. The tears are reborn, but their power now flows through bloodlines, not gems to be hoarded. In each generation, chosen ones will bear my mark and renew the covenant between all races." As the dragon spoke, 7 new tears formed in the air before it, not crystals this time, but living drops of light that sank into Thrain and Illaria's flesh, leaving behind markings that would be passed to their descendants. When they emerged from the mountain, the storm had cleared, revealing a world transformed. Where the boundary between kingdoms had stood for a millennium, a new landscape was forming, neither purely dwarven nor elven, but something altogether new and filled with possibilities. Above them, soaring into the dawn sky, the crystal dragon's scales caught the first rays of sunlight, casting prismatic bridges across the divided lands, a promise of unity reborn from the ashes of ancient wrongs. And in the hearts of a dwarf prince who heard the songs of metal and an elven exile, who carried the blood of dragon hunters, hope kindled like the first spark of a forge fire, small yet capable of transforming the raw material of their broken world into something stronger and more beautiful than before.